Okay, am I back? Am I back? It looks like I'm back. Alright, wait for some folks to come back in. Oof. That's unfortunate. It's alright though. There we go. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. The power in my house completely flickered, turning everything off for a couple seconds, then turning it all back on. So that's unfortunate that happened. But you know what? If that was gonna happen at any point, may as well happen at the beginning of the stream, right? Also, Twitter broke for me. Like I'm literally just unable to get onto Twitter. So I totally forgot to. Oh, okay, there it goes. There we go. Okay. Looks like we're back. Alright. Unfortunate, but it happens. Power gets knocked out. Okay, so let me now... May as well take this time now, actually, to go ahead and let everyone know on Twitter that I am live. Back to making more thumbnails. Link is below. Okay. What happened? The power in my house like just went out for a second there. It's back though. I lost what little progress I made there during the last one, but it's fine. All right, let me just quickly post this on Twitter. Let everyone know that we're back in live. And then also change my profile name as well, because there we go. There we go. Okay. Looks like things are good now. All right. Sorry about that, folks. All right, let's start all over. All right. There we go. Okay. Blame Ethan for my power outage? What did Ethan do? Mans doesn't even have an electric Pokemon on his team. Am I also going to do Chris and Lyra? No, it's just going to be Ethan with his Pokemon side by side with him. Because I do also have, yeah, Totodile, Typhlosion, and Bayleaf sketched out and ready to be drawn after Ethan's done. Okay. We're not on screen? Well, again, give it time, because the chat is just dumb. Honestly, at this point, I'm kind of just contemplating on whether or not if I should just, like, just ditch the chat entirely. since it is just so buggy and dumb and laggy. There it goes. Okay. Again, I don't know why it does that. Like, I've been looking into it. I still have not been able to figure it out. What happened? My power went out. Like the power to the whole house just suddenly just had a failure and everything turned off. Okay. So that first stream VOD I'll have to end up deleting. It's fine though. Yeah, so I guess a couple of things that I said during that first stream VOD that I'll have to repeat here. For starters, I did bring up before how I made some adjustments to the Shantae sprite or thumbnail. I made the clouds in the background faded a little bit to kind of help make it less busy and to help Shantae herself pop out a little more. What else did I say? I also brought up how this pose for Ethan, some of you might recognize it as a reference to an old piece of gold and silver artwork that showed, well, I guess gold at the time, in front of, like, the Elf ruins. Could you estimate how many times you've hit Control Z and how big the number would be? Oh. Yeah, I'm busy right now. That was my uncle. Okay. What was the shortcut to... I think there's a shortcut to be able to turn this manually, but I have to keep going up here, right? I think there is. Okay. A live stay a day means we will get at least to number 30 by the end of the month. I mean, a live stream a day isn't happening, unfortunately. Only because it's like I do have my part-time job at Pizza Hut that I got to attend. Most I can do is hopefully try to, like, at the pace I'm going, hopefully at least try to knock out 2 per stream. Pokemon trainers obviously will take a little longer, since generally I'm drawing 4 characters, not just 1. Thought we'd get the Sands by April. Sands, Papyrus and Sands honestly should have been priorities for me to get the thumbnails on, since that is my most popular video. Updating that thumbnail definitely will possibly help it gain even more reach. Though I do plan to try to get to Frisk today. And Frisk is my 3rd most popular video, with my 2nd one being Flowey. I'm sure you guys are noticing a trend there. It's almost like Undertale is popular or something. I don't know. What would you guys say? Would you guys say that Undertale is pretty popular? Yeah, and then Henry Stickmin comes in and claims the fourth. I believe it. Yeah, I think it's Henry Stickmin that is the fourth most popular video. That sounds right. Yeah, because if I'm remembering off the top of my head, I know some of my most popular videos. I know Freddy's pretty up there. I know Undyne is also pretty up there as well. And another Undertale character, because of course. I know Crazy Dave is pretty popular. Like, a lot of people watched the Crazy Dave video. Dave is 6? Okay. Yeah, that sounds right. I know the Team Fortress videos do pretty well as also. I did see, as of late, Magalore's video has been getting a huge number of views. I wonder why. I say it with sarcasm. Yeah, Bendy got a lot. There we go. In order of popularity, it's Papyrus, Flowey, Frisk, Henry, Freddy, Dave, Undyne, Bendy, Cuphead, Marks, Hollow Knight, Metaton, Steve, Springtrap, Heavy, Imposter, Hackhead, Doomguy, Jibanyan. Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm hoping these new thumbnails will, in general, help the performance and the view rate of all the videos overall, because that'd be a huge help. But I do Morpho Knight if Morpho Knight gets enough requests. Kirby characters also generally do pretty well. Now I'm blanking, though. I did other Kirby characters aside from Magalore and Marks, right? Who am I forgetting? I feel like I've done somebody else. Or was that really the only two Kirby characters that I've done? Like, am I forgetting somebody? Dark Matter, that's it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Bandana D. Duh, that's right. Yeah, Bandana D and Dark Matter. Yeah, I did those two as well. That's right. How can I forget about Bandana D? Can't believe it, guys. I forgot about Bandana D. Man, this whole rotating the canvas thing really is helpful. I don't know why I don't know why I've been doing it sooner. Bandana D is not filler. How dare you? What would you guys call the filler arc of my series? Does my series have a filler arc? When I did the personal pics or the filler arc? Oh, come on, guys. Was it at least a good filler arc? Oh, the ruins of elf music, appropriate considering, yeah, like I said, this pose that I put Ethan in is a direct reference to the pose that he does in that old gold and silver artwork when he was by the ruins of elf. What brush do I use? I'm using a turnip brush. Make sure I save often so I don't end up with another case of the lose everything to power outages. If you guys are working on any projects right now, make sure you're saving. Don't forget to save. Showed my friend the Spider-Man moveset. He's even a fan of Smash. He thought it was the coolest thing. I'm glad he liked it. I'm still pretty happy with how I'm still pretty happy with how that Spider-Man moveset turned out. Don't really think I need to go too into detail with these. With the what's this device called again? I don't even remember. It was like your little portable like phone or whatever. I forgot what it was called. Pokegear, that's right. Thank you. Will I do a Pokemon in both your What If series? Like I've done Zoroark and Eeyore. What happened if you did Zoroark and Smash, for example? There's no reason to not do them in both. Like I brought up before when I was kind of starting with the multiverses stuff that I'm not gonna do the same character for both Smash and multiverses. But the reason for that is because the gameplay of both those games are very similar. Unite and Smash are two totally different genres, so that's still fair game. What is what? The music or Ethan? I like how I have this sound, this all soundtrack video playing, and it's also playing random like little tunes that aren't actually like music. Is there going to be a video live stream tomorrow? Probably not, because I do work. I do work delivering pizzas on the weekends. But we'll see. Who knows? I may end up deciding to anyway. Shame about multiverse becoming outdated. It's not outdated. It's not really outdated. It's just quiet. Like we don't really know what's going on with it right now because there just hasn't been anything like talked about with it recently. Like the devs who beforehand were very vocal, yeah, suddenly kind of went silent. So we're not really sure what's going on with the game right now. I'd like to think that they're not done with it, but I'm not sure. Like, no one knows. Because the game still isn't even done yet. What pizza place is my favorite? I guess if we're just talking, like, the usual chains that we see everywhere, it probably is Pizza Hut. Like, not just because I work there, but because, like, I think, like, the food tastes better than the other ones. I also really like the Pizza Hut, like, buffalo wings. Like, the buffalo sauce they use for their wings there is just, like, a cut above the rest. If I were to pick, like, non-chain pizza places, there's this place in Connecticut by where my grandmother lives that I really like called Mystic Pizza. That is a really good pizza joint that I have to go to at least once every time I go up there to visit. Because it's like a pizza joint that has like a lot of different like pizza types. Like they even have like a seafood pizza that comes with like oysters and crab and it actually it tastes delicious. It really does. You personally have Domino's? I don't think against Domino's. Like Domino's I think is fine if that's what other people are getting. Like I won't argue with that. The only time I will argue is if they try getting Papa John's. Papa John's is just like even ignoring John himself and what kind of person he is. Papa John's is just gross. I also will not mind Little Caesars. Little Caesars is fine too. Listening to this music really actually makes me want to go back and play Heart Gold again. It is just a shame, though, because unfortunately it's like, there are points where it feels hard to go back to the older Pokemon games because the newer games introduce so much new stuff that, like, you feel like you really can't go without. Like, it is so difficult for me to go back to anything post-Gen 4. Or, I'm sorry, pre-Gen 4. Because I just like the physical special split too much. So any game that doesn't have it, just, like, it's just so hard for me to want to play. Which is why at least we have remakes. Hi there, Lucas. How you doing? I've been keeping up with Sakurai's videos. Here and there. I kind of stopped watching them after a bit because I have been busy. At some points, I will go back and binge them, though. Yeah, I have been keeping an eye on them because they really are, like, really good informative videos. What Gen 9 Pokemon do I think should be added to Smash? Honestly, Tinkatuff. Or Tinkaton, sorry. I think Tinkaton would be an amazing pick. Because, like, not counting the starters, because those are obvious picks. Yeah, like, I think Tinkatuff would be an amazing choice. I think another really good choice they could go with, though, is Iron Valiant. That, I think, would be an amazing pick as a potential Smash character. Aside from that, though, yeah, like Meowscarada or even Quaquaval could be good, too. What if I did a video where I reimagined movesets? I kind of already do that. I do have the Nitpick series. It's not really reimagining movesets, though. It's mostly just me looking at movesets and kind of seeing what small changes I would have done differently with them. Because I don't think any of the movesets in Smash do need to be fully reimagined. For the most part, anyway. There might be a couple of exceptions here and there, but I think, like, they're pretty solid to a degree. Again, so it's mostly just nitpicking at that point. What character am I doing now? Ethan, or Pokemon, the Johto Pokemon trainer. Like, if you're not totally sure what character I'm doing, you can... Because I'm going to start doing a thing where I play music related to the character that I'm drawing to kind of give people an idea of who I'm drawing. Though I do got to be sure that I'm careful. Because I actually did get a copyright notice from last night's stream because for some of the Shantae music I played. I think Kart Gold Soul Silver should be fine, but... My favorite moveset? I really don't have a favorite moveset. I try to keep the mentality where it's like, I don't post a moveset if I don't like it to begin with. There are characters that I like and dislike compared to each other, but the actual movesets themselves, well, I should say, at the time of which when I posted them, I was fairly content with them. I'm sure there are definitely movesets now, like now, that if I went back and look at them, I would have made changes or done things differently than I would have now. But in terms of answering your question and having an actual favorite, I really don't have one. Come on. There we go. Who's going to be the next moveset? You will have to wait and see. Or become a tier 4 sub, then you can, or a tier 4 channel member, then you can find that immediately. Congratulations, you won a gym badge. Have you ever considered doing new, more Mii fighters? It all just depends on what gets requested. Is that really a thing? Oh my gosh. Wow, I did not know that was a thing. There's a dedicated button here that just recenters it for you. Cool. I'll keep that in mind for the future. Alright, there we go. So there's Ethan's line art. Let's see. Did I miss any spots? It doesn't look like it. Okay. Are there any character that you are glad they are on Smash but never play them because they are bad? I mean, not really. I don't think there's really any character that I specifically avoid because they're bad. Like, I have characters that I obviously prefer to play over others, but like, I get a certain amount of enjoyment from all of them. You should have added Jetstream Sam as Raiden's DLC. You mean like an Echo Fighter? No, that would not have worked at all. And I'll tell you why it wouldn't have worked. Because Jetstream Sam cannot kick with his sword. Sam has a completely unique moveset and fighting style compared to Raiden. So trying to get the two of them to be echoes of each other would have been forcing it. And that would have been a terrible injustice to Sam. So Sam is better off getting his own moveset if he gets enough requests. Thoughts on Brawl specifically? I really enjoyed Brawl during the time when I played it. Like, it had an amazing single player campaign. I loved it for the same reasons why I loved Melee and everything else. Like, at the time, I just really enjoyed playing them. And then when the next game came out, I just moved on to that. Who's Sam? Jetstream Sam from Metal Gear Rising. What is this music? It had to have been in Heart Gold Soul Silver, but why don't I recognize it? Huh. What is this? Why did I add that? Hold on, that really shouldn't be there. I don't know what this is. Again, sometimes I make sketches, but then I forget what exactly it was that I sketched out. There we go. Weird. Fighter movesets, I think, should be reimagined are Luigi's, Corrin's, Min-Min's, Daisy's, probably Chrom, and Byleth. Well, unless you're counting... Well, Echo Fighters are just a completely different, like, ballpark entirely. Corrin's, I think, is actually fine. Because Corrin's captures, the themes of their game pretty well. Luigi's, you know, I stated, you know, what changes I think could have been made to Luigi in that nitpick video. Byleth? Gameplay-wise, I think Byleth's okay. Hold on. Hey, we're riding a bike. Yeah, maybe that was like a finger that I or something that I drew on accident there. Can we get your reaction to Daisy on tape? Like, Daisy getting into Smash on tape? I mean, I have it. Like, you can go to the Spiffy Needle Geeks channel where my live reaction to Ultimate is there. And I was pretty excited to see Daisy. How would you have remade Pac-Man's costumes? Well, not necessarily remade per se, but like they probably could have given him some more variety since apparently from what we've seen from his games and what we found out during the during the what if costume streams that we did, like he did apparently have quite a number of different outfits from a few of his games, so I feel like giving him a couple of costumes where he wore like different hats wouldn't have been too hard. Hey DBG, I just gotta say, these new thumbnails are so good. Like comparing the old thumbnails to the new ones is like comparing plain bread to fresh cheesecake. They are looking so good. Well, thank you so much, Abe. I'm glad you guys are liking them. Yeah, I do. I agree that they're definitely a step up compared to what I've been using over these past couple of years. What's up, Mom? I'm streaming. All right. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Okay. There we go. Decent enough-ish. There's no music? Yeah, there is. It might just be really quiet. I can turn it up a little more. I turned it up a tad more. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's get his eyes. Let me get his reference picture closer so I can kind of see this a little better. There we go. Get a brighter white than that. There we go. Favorite generation and least liked one? My favorite generation is Gen 2. My least liked one is Gen 4. Like, Gen 4... Like, I enjoyed my time that I did play it. But after that, it's like, going back to it is really hard. Unless you count Legends Arceus. Does Legends Arceus count as a Gen 4 game? What say you guys? Yeah. It really is more Gen 8 than it is Gen 4. Well, I mean, okay, if you really think about it, though, look at it like this. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, would you count that as a Gen 2 game or a Gen 4 game? Huh? like Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. Is that a Gen 4 game or is that a Gen 8 game? Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. Is that a Gen 3 game or a Gen 6 game? It's like, Gen 8. Oh, so you guys actually do count like when they came out as what their generations are compared to what they actually were originally. See, I never looked at it like that. I consider Heart Gold Soul Silver as Gen 2, despite coming out in the Gen 4 time period. Like, I consider remakes the same gen as what they were originally. That's just how I see things. Okay, so I got the flat colors for Ethan done. So let's go ahead and start getting the Pokemon ready. Start with Typhlosion. Could I do Takumaru and Umi Tachibana someday? If they get enough requests. If you want to request for them, simply type in exclamation point request into the chat and click on the link. Here we are. For me, the gen is the same thing as the Pokemon from the most recent gen in the game. I guess it just depends on how you look at it. So, I guess by that logic, based on how I kind of look at it, I think I really do consider Legends Arceus a Gen 4 game more than I would a Gen 8 game. Because I guess I've always associated the generations with the Pokemon that appear in the game most prominently. So, like, with Legends Arceus, it's mostly Sinnoh Pokemon. So, like, Gen 4 Pokemon. So that's why I think I look at it as a Gen 4 game. Do I plan to do any more viewer battles with Scarlet and Violet? If I do, it'll be like a spur of the moment thing. I have no direct plans to do so anytime soon. Like, I have still technically been playing Scarlet and Violet, like, on stream and such. It's mostly been through, Ryan, whenever he's been playing it on, his blind playthrough on Spiffy Needle Geeks. Gen 5 Pokemon are great. Yeah, there were a lot of banger Pokemon in Gen 5. And Gen 5 is supposed to be, I guess, the next one to get a remake. Let's see what happens with that, though. Fun fact: Gen 5 has, yep. To this day, that's right. Gen 5 has more like brand new Pokemon in it than any other generation. Like, they really went all out with Gen 5, which was impressive because Gen 5 was also the first generation, I think, since Gen 1 as well, to introduce a bunch of new Pokemon that had nothing to do with any of the previous Pokemon. Like, there were no like pre-evolutions or evolutions introduced in Gen 4 to previous Pokemon. They were all brand new. Gen 3 has the most object Pokemon? Really? That's true. I didn't know that. Which console generation was your favorite? Which one do you think had the best games? Like, are we still talking about Pokemon, or are we just in general? Because I really liked the GameCube. I think the GameCube had a lot of what are still considered my favorite games. Opinion on the Wii and Wii U. I enjoyed from what I played on both of them. Wii U obviously didn't do as well, and the Wii U probably definitely is still like the weaker of like Nintendo's consoles, simply because it just didn't have that many games on it. Like the Wii also had a lot of banger games. You get Sly and Shantae plushies, nice. If I made a Smash costume line, I would make it in the pattern of Project Plus. Okay. What is this ghoulish, like, alien music that I'm listening to right now? Is this, like, unknown stuff? Probably is. It's like we're trying to contact aliens right now. It sounds like. I thought the Wii U was a failure because of lack of ads. No, it was advertised well, fine enough. It really was just like no one bought it, like because there just weren't enough games on it that like really got people interested. Like I really want to say the first true game that they added, like to the console that probably did get people to buy the Wii U was Smash 4, and even then there probably weren't. It probably didn't sell as much as it could have, because they also went ahead and made the 3DS version as well, and way more people had a 3DS. So people were probably just like, well, I'll just get the 3DS version and not bother with the Wii U version. They needed a big Mario game on it, like Animal Crossing. Yeah, they really didn't. Well, I want to say probably the biggest Mario game that they ended up putting on it was, what was it, 3D World? That probably was the biggest Mario title they had on it. And I'm not really sure how that did. Because they didn't have any they didn't have an Animal Crossing game on it because they chose to put it on the 3DS instead. I think they didn't really have any big Zelda games on it, unless you count like the Twilight Princess and Wind Waker HD remakes, but I don't think that really counts because most people probably just played the originals originally. Like I don't think you're gonna be hard pressed to convince me that there are gonna be people who bought who bought that console strictly to play remakes of older games. Like, you're going to be hard-pressed to convince me of that one. "3D World is great, but when you put it next to how big Galaxy and 64 felt, it doesn't even compare." No, it really doesn't. Like, 64, as, like, dated as it kind of is these days, was still a phenomenon for when it came out, for what it did. Sunshine, mixed opinions aside, still did very well. And then Galaxy, yeah, was just a banger. Like, Galaxy was a huge success. And I think, sadly, I don't think they'd actually get another huge success like Galaxy up until Odyssey. Am I going to make costumes for the fan-made characters? Oh, you mean like the what-if characters? No, probably not. Though, now that you say that, something I probably could do, since I'm going to be making these new artworks for future characters anyway, something I probably can do is use that art at like to display the alternate colors. That is a thing I can do. Yeah, because I'm already planning to also have these be used for the the end of video, like, roster reveal thing, where it shows all the characters like in the red boxes at the end of each video, to let everyone know what characters I've already done. Even though I'll still occasionally get people who will request for characters that I've already done before, but that's simply just because not everyone watches to the end. Okay. Alright, now I need to do the flames. For this, I'll actually do this. There we go. For your bit in the Scout video, was that always planned out? Which bit? That video had a lot of bits in it, actually. Because there are occasions where I'll make a joke in videos, and sometimes there are ones that I think of way ahead of time, and others where I literally think of them on the spot as I'm writing the script. It just depends. Oop. Like, which bit are you referring to? The one where you drove for Bonk? The one where I drove for Bonk. What are you talking about? Okay. The one where you literally drive for the store to get bomb. Oh, yeah, no, that one. Gotcha. Yeah, no, that one I thought up of like during the script. Yeah, I forgot I did that. No, that one was one where I thought of that while writing the script and had to play it out. Like, probably I think that day or the next day. And even then, I didn't like make it like a thing where I only went to the store for that. I made sure like I had a reason to actually be at the store. So I actually did do grocery shopping that day. I am very much a min-maxy kind of person where like I don't like to go out and do things if I can't like get multiple things done at the same time with them. That's actually another reason why I chose specifically delivery driving to go back to for a part-time job, because it's like I like driving, but I don't like driving without purpose. Like I want to make sure that if I'm going to be going out somewhere to drive, I want to make sure that I'm actually going somewhere. And delivery driving is like the easiest way to handle that. Yeah, so it's like if I'm going to be doing things, I want to make sure that I'm getting the most out of them. Honestly, the Scout movie had some of the funniest bits. Yeah, that one probably was a lot easier for me to kind of go ham with, because you'll notice like some videos may like, some videos obviously have like more jokes than others. It really kind of just depends on like what's, because I never want to force a joke. Like I'm not the kind of person that just sits there and tries to think and write scripts with jokes in mind. I want to try to make sure that I get like what I'm actually writing about across first. And then only write the jokes if they come naturally. Because I feel like the jokes that because I feel like the best jokes for people are the ones that really, are the ones that come naturally. I've recently been binging your What If series up to 55. Excited to finish the rest. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. It always makes me excited when somebody new comes in and, enjoys what I'm putting out for them. It's kind of awkward, actually. Hold on. Make sure I can get this correct. It's kind of like looking correct for the most part. Let me see. Yep. Okay, cool. There we go. That's a little better, actually. Start with that for now, and I'll work off of it. If a Smash Ultimate DX were released, it would be cool if the new characters were most, if not all, of the cut characters from past Smash games. Assuming they can get them all. And I assume you're talking about like characters like supposedly like Dixie Kong or Toon Zelda or things like that, because the whole point of Smash Ultimate was to bring back was to bring back all the characters that were cut originally. All right, there's the flat work for Typhlosion. Next is Totodile. There he is. I've actually been around since Jabanya, but I've never watched it for episodes. I decided to do it since I began doing the thumbnails. Well, there we go. Look at that, guys. See, already a good reason for me to have started doing these thumbnails. It sparked interest again for some people, and that was, you know, pretty much like a big reason why I started this, was to help spark interest in the videos again, like to make them based on first impressions to look more appealing. So thank you so much, dude. This is also probably a good way to help kind of show people some characters that probably they, you know, like that they themselves probably didn't see or didn't realize that I did. Because I get those comments a lot where people will be like, I didn't realize you did this character. Wish I knew sooner. Because that always sucks when like you watch somebody for a while and like there's a specific kind of video that you hope they do, and then they end up doing it, but for some reason you didn't realize that they did. That's happened to me before sometimes for some people that I've watched. I remember one single person requested Musashi and ended up seeing the moveset, I think, months later. Yeah, I got that comment. Like, the guy that, the one person that requested for Musashi. And he was like, wait a minute, you did this? Why am I just finding out about it now? Anyone here play MSM? What is MSM? My Singing Monsters. No, I have not played that. I've heard about it because people have requested for characters from it, but I don't know what it is. Wait, really? Why and how? I guess for the same reason why there have been plenty of times where I've made movesets for characters and people haven't heard of the characters from those games. Like, it's just not really a series that I really ever see. Like, I don't really see it talked about. I don't see it, like, in passing. I don't see any videos pop up for it. Are there any moves that you made where you didn't play any of the games to make it? Mainly, like, the earliest ones. Like back when I didn't really have the funds to buy the games to be able to play them. So I would be forced to, like, watch Let's Plays in order to do so. I know that Crash Bandicoot was one of those. Spyro was technically one of those. Though I was able to emulate a couple of the games for that one. Five Nights at Freddy's is one because just because of how that game was kind of designed, there's really no reason to buy the game. It's just watching it should be enough. So I haven't needed to buy Five Nights at Freddy's for that. Yeah, Bendy was another one. And I think, honestly, that was kind of for the same reason, because in both of those cases, the actual character in question, like, wasn't really a part of the gameplay. They were kind of more of a background elements. So you didn't really need to play the game to kind of understand their playstyle. Just watching it was enough, since you're already watching them in the game itself. If that makes any sense. You're going to be just like me? Well, I'm flattered, but you sure about that? Are you positive that you want to be like me? What characters would I give a gun? Characters that already have guns. Oops. Okay. You submitted your character request? Cool. I will be sure to look at it whenever I get around to looking at the next time I look at the docs. Honestly, despite me having to do 4 characters for one, I'm actually making pretty good time, I feel. Because, like, I guess not counting the first half hour when I lost power, I've been at this since 6, and it's 7:18 now, so a little over an hour. Not bad, all things considering. I think I should definitely be able to get through at least Frisk tonight. And if I can get the Shadow, all the better. Because both Frisk and Shadow are relatively, like, simple designs. Favorite song from the Metal Gear Rising soundtrack? Ooh, good question. I really liked, what was it called? I forget the name of the song, but it was the one that plays when you fought... Forgot the name of the boss. The lady with, like, the multiple arms. I really like that song. You can tell a lot about someone's personality from their favorite Metal Gear Rising song. Hey there, Dylan. How are you doing? If I'm right, yes. The art shown, yeah. I made the art for Frisk in that video, but I am gonna make a new one for the thumbnail. All right, there's Totodile. A stranger I remain. Okay, yeah, that sounds right. Cool, thank you. Did I like playing Hat in Time? Yeah, I admittedly haven't played it since I made that moveset, but back when I did play it, I did really enjoy it. Like, it was a fun time. Favorite Hat in Time song? Oh, Snatchers, 100%. Snatchers theme is a bop. There's like no competition for me with that one. Have I ever wanted to make a game? If I'm perfectly honest, actually, for a little while, I actually did have an idea for a game that I wouldn't have mind making. And I do still have all the notes down for it. But if I ever do decide to make it, it's gonna be a while from now. Like once I have the proper resources. And the idea was for this RPG style game that I had in mind, like like a monster collector. But it revolved around. What's the best way to describe it? The idea revolved around, like, genetically creating, like, these animals with different elemental powers. And kind of working off of that. If I make a game, could it be requested for them to get a moveset? I guess, theoretically. Alright, there's Totodile. Now let's make Bayleaf. Oops. Then once I finish this, I will be able to start the shading for all of them. I do remember that the Mother 4 fan game became its own thing called Oddity. Yeah, I remember that actually. Whatever happened with that? Like, did that ever get finished? Because I wouldn't mind playing that. Because like I remember hearing about that like way back in the day, but I think it feels like it kind of dropped off the map. Like, are they still working on that, or like was it just quietly closed? Who would be my next Five Nights at Freddy's character to get a moveset if I had to choose? I will not say. Because I wouldn't choose personally. It really is based off of what you guys choose. Is it hard for me to go back to like to old movesets or videos? Yeah, because it definitely shows like my my skill set at the time. I feel like it's a common thing for a lot of people though, where it's hard for you to go back to older work. Because with the skills you have now, you know you could have done it better. Because I know, like, I've been watching the Dragon Ball Z abridged guys go back and watch and rewatch their Dragon Ball abridged. And yeah, like in the earlier episodes when they were commentating over them, they were talking about how they kind of just cringe because like there's just lots of things that they would have done so much differently if they were doing them now or all that such. First Google result is an article of Oddity getting oh, it was canceled. Oh, that's a shame. Why was it canceled though? Because, like, if they were turning it into its own thing, then they would have, like, then they could have been able to sell it. So it's not like they didn't have, like, the time or money for it, unless they just didn't. Apparently a fan talked with the devs, and they say it is still being worked on. I thought it was because of Nintendo or something. Well, no, it wouldn't have been because of Nintendo, because Oddity, yeah, while it started as a Mother 4 fan, like fan sequel game, like, they turned it into its own, like, original IP. So Nintendo wouldn't have had a say in the matter. Though, if anything, I would like to imagine that they probably turned it into its own thing and not just a direct fan mother sequel, because if they kept it as a fan game of Mother, then they wouldn't have been able to profit off of it. But with them turning it into its own thing, like its own IP, then they can profit off of it. But if it is still being worked on, it's definitely been in development for a long time. Because I think I remember first hearing about that back when I was in college. And that was well over 5 years ago. We'll ask this and be done. Could you bring back the ending commentary on outros you did for videos? No, I really can't. Because it got to a point where I was really struggling to figure things out to say that wasn't just repeating myself from older videos. So it's just better that I don't, so that way I don't have to force it. What Sakurai made to his son in Melee was a betrayal? Huh? What are you talking about? How's the video looking here? Oh, we're not even halfway through it. Sick. Alright. Thank you so much, Phantom Otaku. Am I going to play the new Toxic Crusaders game? Probably not, unless one of its characters gets requested for a moveset. Because generally I don't play games that I wouldn't like it's very rare nowadays for me to play a game that I wouldn't have, you know, to pick up a brand new IP of a game that I wouldn't have already played originally, unless it really intrigues me. Usually the only time I will is if I'm making a moveset for a character in said series. Because there have been a ton of IPs that I wouldn't have played normally that I have because I made a moveset on them. Like Hollow Knight's an example of that. Danganronpa was an example of that. Devil May Cry. Things like that. Favorite starter from each generation? Gen 1, it depends on the day. Like, I like all three starters in Gen 1. They're all really solid. I think I generally tend to lean towards Squirtle most of the time, but depending on the day, I may also, you know, go for Charmander or Bulbasaur. Gen 2, it's Cyndaquil. Gen 3, it's Mudkip. Gen 4, it's Turtwig, sometimes Chimchar. Gen 5, it's Snivy. Gen 6, it's Froakie, because Froakie is just my favorite starter. Gen 7, it is Rowlet. It was Popplio at first, but now it's Rowlet. Gen 8, it's Grookey. And Gen 9, it's Fuecoco. What do I think of the idea for Dynablade or Clawroline in Smash? Well, Dynablade I think would work better as like a boss because of the size of it. Like they could shrink it, but I mean, there's Ridley big and then there's Dynablade big, and Dynablade is the size of a kaiju. So at that point, you're kind of just pushing it. Crowla, the cat girl from Forgotten Land, I guess like she could work if you know like I'm sure she has moveset potential. Do I think the Bio Lizard could work as a boss? Yeah, the Bio Lizard would be a pretty good boss character. Like, that's a pretty simple one. Let me redo this toenail. Hold on. Because that doesn't look right. That looks better. Okay. What is the color of Bailey's mouth? Hold on. Oops. Well, I'm gonna have to look that up. IMO, Crystal is super overdue for Smash. She kinda super isn't. Crystal's a super... I ranted about this before in a prior stream, but Crystal's kinda super a lame character. With pretty much nothing going for her, honestly. Bayleaf. Okay. Just like this, kind of. Yep, okay. Alright, that's all the flat colors done. Dang it. I hate when I do that. There we go. Alright, let's make them all visible and start some shading. Best Pokemon Professor? Kukui. Like, Kukui by a landslide. And yes, that is because of the anime, by the way. He was amazing in the anime. All the Pokemon are like, ah! Yeah, they are. They're charging in. Okay, there's a couple of problem spots I need to fix here real quick. Hold on. Because unfortunately the paint bucket in Clip Studio Paint is not totally reliable. I'm noticing actually all the black spots. Let's see, hold on. And actually, I just noticed as well. I missed a spot. There's got to be a setting I can go into for Clip Studio Paint to kind of alleviate this, like, not able to fully thing that it does. This might actually take far less time than anticipated if the shading and highlights for Johto took less than an hour, so yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Favorite professor still Kukui? Yep. Kukui is amazing. Alright, let's get started with the shading. If a different platform fighter were to get representation in Smash, be it fighter, costume stage, whatever, what game do you think it would be? Like, when you say platform fighter, you're referring to games like Brawlhalla or Rivals of Aether, right? I don't know. I guess it depends on what's ever more popular. It is enjoying listening to the old Heart Gold Soul Silver soundtrack, even if a lot of the songs, for some reason, I don't recognize. Hate my life. For some reason, that's what I messed up. Okay. Dang it. I knew I made a mistake somewhere, but I didn't think it was that bad. Glad I caught that now as opposed to when I finished it. There we go. I was accidentally drawing on the wrong layer. There we go. Okay. But a 30-page moveset for... Oh, okay, gotcha. Where was it? It was on the color. It was on the color layer. And I know how I made that mistake, too, because I made the new layer for the shading, but then I think my trigger fingers, like, hit Control-Z on accident because I'm just so used to doing it. And, that caused it to, delete the layer without me realizing it, because I was like, what did I just erase? And I wasn't sure what it was, and now I figured it out. See, that could have been bad if I didn't catch that. Favorite Mario enemy characters? I like the Piranha Plants. I like the Bob-ombs. Actually, I like the Dry Bones too. And I think in terms of the ones that like really stand out to me, that's kind of it. I guess I got a soft spot for Koopas in general, just because they are turtles, and I do like turtles. Actually, yeah, I do like. Actually, yeah, I do like the Shy Guys as well. Yeah, I do have a soft spot for the Shy Guys as well. Completely forgot about the Shy Guys there for a second. They're too shy. They gotta speak up more. Also, don't you need transparent shading? Yeah, I bring the opacity down once I'm finished shading it. Like I do it like I keep it like the all black just so I know where it is, because I used to do it where I would just where I would draw it with the opacity down beforehand. But then I found myself losing the spots more often than not. So I just do it this way and then bring it down afterward. Just so I can keep track of it all. Where are any of the others? I don't know where they are. I tried starting a call before this all started, and no one picked up, so I just assumed they're all busy. Well, according to some of the people from the who watched the I guess the movie night on Spiffy Needle Geeks, I guess Ryan was there, but he kind of got, I guess he got a sore throat, so I guess I assume he's just relaxing now. I'm taking it easy. That's alright. I do need to try to be better about being able to you know, chat with you guys by myself and not have to always rely on my buddies to kind of help me with conversations. Wouldn't be a very good streamer if I wasn't able to do that. What's a character that you know you're going to have to cover at some point? Not kind of characters from unfinished games. In short, aside from Jevil. Oh, so like, what's a character that I know for a fact I'm going to have to do? That, well, I really can't say now, can I? Because more than likely they're going to happen. Like, they're probably going to happen pretty soon-ish. Because I actually do already have the next 10 characters after 19... After my next 2 personal picks, I already have the next 10 characters planned out. Like, I already know how I'm gonna do. He stutters a lot like me. Yeah, I do have a speech impediment that I've had all my life. Used to be a lot worse, but I've taken speech therapy classes and that helped reduce it. But it is still very noticeable. So I apologize if that gets on anyone's nerves. Outside of ones that made their way into Smash, which what if characters do you think would most likely to appear? I mean, that's a kind of loaded question, honestly, because it's like we really don't know, and that's assuming at this point of Smash, if there is ever another Smash game, because it really can be anyone at this point. Brandon. I'm starting a call, Brandon. Please come in here. Brandon. I can't hear you. Hold on one second. I think I know what happened too. Yeah, okay.
Hello?
Hello. Okay, there we go. Now I can hear you.
Okay. Hello.
Yeah, like when I initially started the stream, I had a power outage in my house, so cuz go figure. So, but when that happened though, it more than likely reset a lot of my it reset a lot of my settings in Discord like it usually does whenever that happens. So how you doing?
I'm doing good. Everyone in the chat seems happy to see me. Hello, everybody.
Hold on, I gotta do something here real quick so I can make sure that I can hear you, but that the music isn't too loud. All right, talk, Brandon.
Hello. Sorry. Hello.
I think that made the music quieter, actually. Oh dear, is there a way for me to lower the music without...
No. I can remedy this. Hold on.
You know, lower the music so it's not too loud that it's picking up on my speakers, but like not too quiet on the stream.
I'm a bit robotic.
You're robotic?
What?
You sound fine to me.
I have an echo? I don't have a filter on. Shouldn't have a filter on.
Oh, there's some weird stuff going on with my audio settings because Brandon sounds perfectly fine to me, but if he sounds weird to you guys, then that means there's an issue.
I don't have my voice mod up, so I definitely don't have a filter on.
You're turning up a little higher. Hold on.
Hold on. Do I need to adjust my interface, because I can do that if I need to.
Yeah, because you sound fine to me. I don't know why the chat says you're a robot.
That.
Unless you're watching this twice. Oh, actually, I wonder if you were getting picked up on my mic, maybe. Which would be weird if you were. Alright, how's it now, guys? How's he sound now?
Well, Maniac says it seems fine. Can't even hear me.
You can't even hear him.
Hello?
I guess it's fine now. I guess it's okay now, hopefully.
I feel like I'm being punked.
I don't know. Alright, they're saying you sound fine now. Alright. Well, we'll take your word for it, guys. Maybe. I don't know. In my experience, the chat doesn't know anything about audio.
That's...
Am I wrong?
You're not. That's the thing.
You know, just keep making up stuff.
Who's your favorite Paradox Pokemon? We can talk about this here, right?
Yeah, it's fine. Ryan's not here, so it's okay.
Screamtail is my favorite.
I really like Iron Thorns. I feel like there's one in particular that I really like, but I'm totally blanking on it right now. Oh, I actually really like Walking Wake. Walking Wake was really good.
Walking Wake's another really good one. Oh, that reminds me. They said that the raid event is happening right now, so...
Oh, it is. Is it? It's not the 17th yet.
I thought I saw on Twitter that was happening.
I mean, if it already started, we can do that later if you want, Brandon.
I bet.
And once I finish this stream. Yeah, I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, play
Get a free deck of Dewey.
The Decidueye with the Mightiest Mark can now be encountered through Black Terra raids. Yeah, it seems like it's happening now. But I can boot up Pokemon and double check.
Let's see here. Actually, let me add more shading here.
It's happening now. A friend of mine just posted that they got it.
Cool. All right, we'll have to do that later then. I mean, it should be easy. I feel like Iron Hands can probably handle that pretty easily. Like, do we know the full moveset for it?
No.
I mean, if it's out, it should be there.
Maybe it's better that we don't leave ourselves surprised.
No, I want to be prepared. I don't want to grief people. You know, like the average Pokemon player. Okay. No, I've never watched any of the Godzilla movies. I did play the Godzilla Saves the World fighting game. That was a lot of fun. Okay, there we go. Ethan's looking good so far.
I never bothered looking this up, but I wonder if I can find any physical copies of Persona Q.
Potentially.
For a reasonable price.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck. Alright. Simple shadings on Ethan here. Should be fine enough. Let's go ahead and start getting his highlights in. Isn't Steve technically an indie game character? Before Microsoft, he would have been. He's pretty much Microsoft at this point, though.
Okay. Persona Q actually is reasonably priced.
All right.
Persona Q2 though. I guess that's a bit more understandable considering I'm pretty sure Q2 was the last 3DS game to ever be produced.
I think so, yeah. I meant to buy it, but I never did. So, oof.
I never bought it because I still never had, I still don't have Persona 5, so anything going on in Persona Q2 would be completely lost on me.
Wasn't Luigi's Mansion 3 on 3DS? Well,
No.
there were two Luigi's Mansion games on 3DS. It was the original remake of the first game, and then Dark Moon was on 3DS.
Yeah, 3 was never on 3DS. That said, everyone should play Luigi. Everyone should get Luigi's Mansion 3 anyway. I'm pretty sure it's on sale right now because of the Mario Day sale that was going on in the eShop. Oh, I read the question wrong. Yes, Luigi's Mansion 1 was remade to 3DS, which I own a physical copy of. Thank God. I actually have a physical copy of Luigi's Mansion 2.
This. Nice. Clean this one up a little bit.
No, the last game for 3DS wasn't. Oh, no, the last game on 3DS wasn't Luigi's Mansion or Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn. It was in fact Persona Q2. Like that was the very last game to be produced for the 3DS before they said no more games for 3DS.
Go. Alright, there's Ethan's shading. So Ethan's done. Do you think tower defense games should get representation in Smash? Maybe with the kind of feel you went with Crazy Dave? I don't see why not. I thought it was Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga plus Bowser's Inside Story. I think Q2 was still after those.
Yeah, but Superstar Saga and Bowser's Inside Story were the last games by Alpha Dream to be ported to 3DS before they shut down and went bankrupt. Then Nintendo went and bought them out, which good, but that still hasn't confirmed whether or not what Nintendo will do with the Mario and Luigi series. We just know that they're directly in the hands of Nintendo now, and not Alpha Dream.
It's hard to say, considering that the Mario and Luigi games since, I want to say, Dream Team just haven't been selling well at all.
Which is unfortunate because they're all really good games.
I still haven't finished Dream Team. I just couldn't get into it.
Dream Team was good. I never got the chance to play Paper.
Paper Jam I thought was alright. Just alright though. At least if they were all simple Pokemon designs, I can't imagine the complexity Eternatus would take. Especially since Eternatus is a little big. He's kind of big.
I'm pretty sure they were bought out. Like, they went bankrupt and they went back into the hands of Nintendo, so...
I actually don't remember now.
I definitely remember hearing they were bought out. I'm not sure why the I'm not sure why a remake of, or the port of Bowser's Inside Story would flop, considering back when I had Bowser's Inside Story for base DS, it was my favorite one.
Yeah, it's really good, but like, I don't think the quality of the games themselves is the reason why they flopped. I remember hearing a different reason, I just can't remember it off the top of my head now.
Okay, so I was right, Maniac. Like, Alpha Dream went bankrupt, and Nintendo ended up taking ownership of the series. Also, sorry I didn't get the chance to say hello to everybody when I showed up. Like, the microphone issues that everyone says I was having was kind of throwing me off, so...
Hello. Someone is working on a Splatoon 3DS port? Why?
Yeah, that's... why?
Like, just because they can? Good on them, I guess, but it doesn't seem
I
necessary.
guess, but, I mean... Splatoon 3 has just become the de facto way to play Splatoon. Like, if you're going back to Splatoon 1 or even Splatoon 2 for that matter, I mean... It's kind of similar to... Why would anyone go back to Smash Wii U when Smash Ultimate's right there? But, I mean, I guess? The team went bankrupt, but what about the individual developers? That I'm not sure.
Thank you so much, Eric. What's a song that's so good it doesn't it gets that it gets stuck in your head? Oh, there's tons.
Yeah,
Depends on the time of day.
That's it. As a music producer, yeah, there's a ton. It's like I hear a really good song, it won't leave my head for a while.
Yeah. It happens quite often to me.
I hear Splatoon 1 is still popular thanks to the maps and the lack of needing to pay for the online. I mean, I guess. But last I checked, Splatoon 1 is still like the spawning grounds for like a lot of hacked gameplay. Which I guess in hindsight could be another reason why, but I mean that's not necessarily enough to keep me in Splatoon.
It's because BIS was already playable on 3DS by backwards compatibility. It should have been on Switch. In the case of trying to fix what isn't broken. That makes a certain amount of sense, actually. To a degree. Like, they tried making a remake of a game that was already accessible. Because I hear most people that were gonna buy the Bowser's Inside Story remake already owned the original Bowser's Inside Story. And they were already able to play it on their 3DSs. Compared to say Superstar Saga, which wasn't as readily available, at least at the time, because now it's available on the online. wait. Hit the credits music. Are we done yet? Nope. Favorite track in Mario Kart? Honestly, I haven't played Mario Kart in years. So I have to think about it, because I actually don't remember. What about you, Brandon? Is he even still here? Brandon?
Hello?
Brandon?
Hello?
What's up?
I've been talking this whole time, but my mic wasn't connected, I guess.
Well, that's weird.
Jesus Christ, I've been answering everyone's questions, and no one told me that my mic was cut.
Yeah, you kind of just went silent there for a second, sounds like.
Huh.
Well, awkward.
God, that...
Sadness and angst.
I was answering questions, and then, like, things were being said that was like... Oh, it made it seem like that I couldn't be heard, so I checked Discord, and it's like, what? No, I didn't abandon anybody. I was trying to figure out what was up with Discord. But can I be heard now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. What the heck? So what were you asking me?
What's your favorite Mario Kart track?
That's a good question. I think, well, and just in the sense of a track that I would always go back to. I can still be heard, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The sense of track that I would always love going back to, in terms of the DLC anyway, is Shroom Ridge. I feel like that's a really good one.
Alright.
.3DS Rainbow Road's fun. I'm still waiting on DS Rainbow Road. Personally. What's everyone's favorite and least favorite Pokemon?
My least favorite is Greedent. My most favorite is Flygon.
My most favorite is Scizor. I mean, I have a lot of most favorites, but if we're speaking like Pokemon that aren't like up there. And yeah, Scizor. Next to that would be Meloetta. I don't know if I have a least favorite, at least right now anyway.
What do you think you would do if another Belmont character got enough requests? Make a moveset on that Belmont. Like, they don't need to necessarily fight just like Simon and Richter. They can be their own character. thoughts for what if movesets of Pokemon who aren't really used by notable trainers, such as legendaries or Pokemon like Flygon, Ceruledge, or Cleavor? Well, all of those guys are used by notable trainers for the most part, except for the legendaries. Legendaries, I feel like probably are special enough to be by themselves, unless there just happens to be a trainer that can fill them in. As for others, like if they aren't special enough to get their own moveset, like they're just gonna have to wait and they'll just have to wait in line then is all. But there is actually a notable trainer that does use Flygon. That's Raihan. So I think if I were to ever make a moveset for Flygon, it'd probably be a part of a Raihan moveset. Ceruledge, though, give that one time. I'm sure they'll introduce some character that uses it. You still there, Brandon?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Have to be sure. Discord.
Discord's doing weird stuff.
Okay, there's Typhlosion. Alien or Predator, which is better? I have no opinion on either. How do I think Dart Monkey would fight in Smash? Wait for whenever I may or may not make a moveset for it, and you will see.
Who's your favorite member of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? Also, sorry I keep asking you 14 questions. Just nobody else I know plays it. That's fine. I'm happy to answer a Final Fantasy 14 question.
I don't play Final Fantasy 14.
That's why Ray's asking me. You know, Papalamo was my favorite. Or one of my favorites, I should say. And then things happened. I'm not going to say because spoilers. LSA is another one of my favorites, too. But my girlfriend actually really likes Y'shtola.
Alright. It sounds like the playlist that I'm using. It just went through all of the tracks from Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Now it's starting to play the original like 8-bit versions of the themes from the original Gold Silver.
It really is. It really is hard to choose a favorite Scion. It really is hard to choose a favorite Scion. Graz, my little brother.
What is it? Sound like chiptune? I mean, it's original 8-bit music. This is what we heard in the olden days of the Game Boy Color.
Or Game Boy if you're that old.
You youngins wouldn't. You youngins just had to be there. You get the Hilbert. Will you be watching Drift Fields to the on repeat? Don't tempt me. Oh, thank you, YouTube, for just now sending me the notification that I went live. Really appreciate that. Favorite female friend of Ash's from the Pokemon anime? Oh, I really, if specifically of the female friends, Serena was a lot of fun. I really liked the girls in Alola. Ballo, Lana, and Lily were all a ton of fun.
Yeah. I'm gonna catch flack for saying this, so I just won't say it.
Coward.
Okay, fine. I actually don't care that much for Misty.
I mean, neither do I. So the funny thing too is like she's currently with Ash. I mean, she's currently with Ash on for the final episodes. Which, oh my goodness, the final episode is tomorrow. Anyway, Ash and Misty and Brock are currently with Ash, traveling with him for the final episodes, and show's kind of just reminding us that the older characters kind of were just there. Like they gave Misty a little more personality, thankfully, but even then, she's still kind of just there.
That wasn't even why I didn't care much for Misty, but I mean, I guess.
Bayleaf.
Brock's great. Like, Brock's always been great.
Though the final episodes are quickly reminding me that he was kind of just a one joke character. Slowly being reminded that I really didn't miss the flirting with every girl he sees joke.
Yeah, but I mean, outside of that though, I mean, Brock's always been a cool character.
But the drawing pan? What about the drawing pan? A joke that I guarantee you was only in the English version. I don't even know what they said in the Japanese version. I promise you it was only in the English version. You have time to do Frisk? I think I should be able to get to Frisk tonight. Because Frisk, I think, should be fairly easy. Because this one's only taking so long because it's 4 characters. And honestly, at the rate that I'm going, it's like... If it weren't for the fact that I'm doing 4 characters in one, I probably would have gotten way farther. And this kind of will be a thing for a bit, since early on I was trying to do that thing where, like, I did, like, a Pokemon trainer every 4 episodes, which I quickly dropped because I realized that no one liked it, and it was also just way too arduous. But at least up until Blue, it's gonna be like this, where there's gonna be, yeah, like a night where I'm mainly working on a Pokemon trainer. But then once we get past Blue, it'll probably move, things will probably move a little faster from there. I hope. According to Google, he said, at times like this, I'll use my frying pan instead of an umbrella. Pretty neat, huh? Yeah, that's what I figured. Because turning up my frying pan into a drying pan definitely was more of like an American joke, because that really wouldn't have translated. That really wouldn't have made sense in Japanese. Because like, there's a lot of jokes that obviously like make more sense in Japanese than they do in English, and then likewise. Is that a Bailey mustache? Yes.
It's a shadow.
Yes, it's a mustache. How long do you plan on making What If They Weren't Smash videos for? As long as I wish. I don't plan on stopping them anytime soon. I might be taking a small little break from them right now, but that doesn't mean I plan on stopping them anytime soon. Have you ever played any BTD games? What is BTD? Can I just say real quick, if you're gonna ask somebody if they've ever played a certain kind of genre game, but you aren't actually sure if they are playing it or not, can you just type out the full name and not just use an acronym? Because if they haven't heard of the game series, they're not gonna know what the acronym is. I know this is probably a little ironic coming from somebody whose name is an acronym, but still, guys, come on.
Well, I feel like it's different with actual like people names because it's like you don't necessarily need to know what their names mean.
I suppose.
You just call them by their name.
Well, honestly, okay, Bloons Tower Defense. I've never played of it. Sorry, I've never played it. Sorry, heard of it, never played it. But the thing is, here's kind of where the irony sets in, Brandon. I think aside from names, I actually don't like acronyms in general. Which is where the true irony sets in, because again, my name is an acronym. Like, for example, and this is totally just a me thing. Like, don't feel like I'm not saying like this is bad or anything. This is literally just like a really just dumb pet peeve of mine. I don't like it when people like acronym Pokemon's names. Like when people call Tyranitar T-Tar. I don't like that. Or when they say D-Knight instead of Dragonite, I don't like it. It just sounds super ridiculous to me. Like, again, that's just a me thing. I'm not saying, like, people should stop doing that. Like, they can call them whatever they want, but, like, it's literally just, like, it just sounds ridiculous to me, specifically. It's like I don't even like saying the word T-Rex. I'd rather just say Tyrannosaurus Rex. Like, I know it's longer and a mouthful, but like that's just how I am. Well, I guess I probably just used the word incorrectly, because saying D-Knight or T-Tar really aren't acronyms. They're just shortened versions of the words. Because words like laser or scuba, those aren't really acronyms. They're just shortened. They're just like shortened versions. So I probably that was just me using the term incorrectly. My apologies. But like, any hooser. How do you feel about that regarding the paradox forms? I actually tend to call them by the funny fan names. Like, it's not Iron Thorns, it's Tyrannotron. I've never actually heard of that.
Yeah, that's the first time I heard someone refer to Iron Thorns as Tyrannotron.
That's new for me. I haven't heard of that one. I still generally will call them by the names they're given. Though, honestly, I'm probably wrong about this. I have a sneaking suspicion that they're actually not going to be keeping these names for very long. I call it because I noticed something the other day. Koraidon and Miraidon actually do have names akin to what we've seen from the other paradox forms. Like, Koraidon was apparently originally called Winged King, and Miraidon was called Iron Serpent. That's what they're called in the Pokedex. But they were given those proper names by Professor Sada / Toro. So I'm wondering if, like, later on, once we get the DLC, if the other paradox forms will also be given proper names.
That'd be interesting.
Also, I just noticed I put the shadow and the shadow and the highlights on the same layer. Dang it. Well, whatever. It's not that big a deal. It looks fine. All right. Anyway. Introducing Koraidon fan and Miraidon fan. I think that's what some people thought they were going to be called, actually, if I recall correctly. It would be funny, though. Eyes.
I actually do really like the name Screamtail, though. No, I'm not being biased, even though Screamtail is my favorite Paradox Pokemon right now. Though, one of the more recent updates to Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, where they're just adding more Paradox forms for Pokemon, really has me excited to see where they could go in terms of new Paradox Pokemon.
I still think that there's a chance that they can end up adding Paradox forms for, like, Entei, Raikou, Cobalion, and Terrakion.
Oh, for sure.
And I say, I'm not, like, saying that that's guaranteed. I'm just saying there's a chance for that, because if you look at the original... Because, like, they're described as Pokemon that look like sketches that were made in the books. But if you look at the actual images, yeah, at first glance, they kind of look like... You know, they kind of resemble mostly Suicune and Virizion. But they have elements of all of their appropriate, like, forms.
Yeah.
Like, if you look at the Suicune one, there's elements of Entei and Raikou, too. And the Virizion one, there's elements of Cobalion and Terrakion as well. So, that's why I think there's a chance that they can end up doing that.
Yeah.
That said, I think I am done with the Johto trainer. How's it look, everyone? I wonder if I made the line work on Bayleaf a little too thick. Let me see if I can thin that out just a tad. Hold on. What is this song? Why don't I remember this from Gold and Silver? Huh.
Do you prefer Thousand Island or a ranch? Interesting question.
Ranch.
Yeah, I'd probably say ranch too.
Do you have in mind who the default trainer is for each duo? Like when you do... Yeah, I have a kind of an idea. Honestly, I can just tell you guys because it's not like me telling you what I think the default of each trainer is going to be for each generation. Whenever I get to the movesets, it's going to spoil anything. But like, I figured for Gen 6, Serena is probably the default there. For Gen 7, it's probably the male. For Gen 8, I'm thinking the male there as well. Actually, no, I think it could be either. That one I think depends. I'll have to decide that one. Gen 9, that one's a little harder because there really isn't a definable character for Gen 9 because you can kind of customize them as however you want. So that one I'll get to when I get to, I suppose. You could do Nimona for the Gen 9 trainer? No. she's separate. She's completely separate. Alright, that looks better. Alright, how's it look, guys? Pokemon trainer Johto. Okay, make sure they're centered. Alright, let's go ahead and add them to a thumbnail. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot the screen share for you, Brandon.
That'd be fine.
There you go. Now you can watch it whether or not you want to. PT Johto.
Why would I keep my eyes on the chat?
There we go. Alright, and then change this. And luckily I already have the Pokeball one. Perfect. Alright. How's it look, everyone? Favorite diamond from Steven Universe? Probably yellow. Alright.
Wasn't she evil or something?
Well, they were all evil at first.
At first, you say, okay.
Alright, I'll go ahead and update it on YouTube. The sooner I can get these updated, the better. And save. Alright, Trainer Johto is updated. Alright, let's get a move on then. Undertale soundtrack. We all ready for some bangers? Alright, have a good night, Ray. Alright, so here's Frisk. That's right, I did have an original idea, but I don't like it anymore. Let me get some of these on up here so I can see what I'm doing. The official tarot card images, the figure, and of course the original sprite. Okay. No, I'm just gonna draw the one Frisk. I think just showing the fight act is kind of enough to kind of convey the whole idea.
My foot's killing me.
What's up?
So my foot was killing me.
Why?
I was falling asleep.
Well, tell it to wake up.
I should.
And Frisk, I don't see taking that long. If I'm lucky, I might actually be able to get the shadow tonight, guys. This should be enough. Your best friend, Flowey. When you first meet Toriel. It's sad. Undertale is such a banger soundtrack. I know I can actually remember like literally every like scene associated with each song.
Yeah, soundtrack will do that. Actually, no.
Like that's how you know you get a good soundtrack.
Yeah. It's like whenever the particular track, what it's trying to convey, you can just you know.
Hey Kenneth, I'm doing just fine. How you doing?
You count as a dependent, right? No.
Though the random ads in between aren't going to be helpful. Am I going to shrink Rhydon, Kangaskhan, and Nidoking down to fit next to Giovanni since all three are massive? I already showed that one. It's gonna be the same kind of like perspective that I did for the Johto trainer, where the trainer is up front, like on the right side of the screen, and then the Pokemon are like slowly moving away from him, like as if they're like side by side. And they progressively progressively shrink as they get further away. So it becomes a perspective thing. Nifty little art trick there. Can't imagine how sick the Madeline one will be. Like, I will do my best to make sure that every single character is in a really dynamic, or at least very recognizable pose. I want all these to look amazing. Who was the hardest trainer battle in Pokemon games? The hardest one? So that's kind of a trick question because none of them are hard. Pokemon games are for babies. They're easy.
Hey, it's funny you say that because it's like you say Pokemon games are for babies, and then I think about the kind of people in the community.
Like when I think about truly hard Pokemon battles, I have to think of the fan games because they actually make the battles hard. And I swear, if any of you even try to say Cynthia, I'm calling shenanigans because Cynthia was not hard. She required more than one brain cell, but she still wasn't hard. Malik just called you a handsome beast, Brandon.
I'm sick of the lies. Every time.
Nah, there's never really been a Pokemon game that I like truly struggled with. I will say that
Shadow Mewtwo from Pokken? I mean, I guess that's valid.
That's a cheater's answer, though. Pokken isn't a Pokemon game, it's a Pokken game.
Pokken is a Tekken game mixed with Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm.
And even then, I think if I remember correctly, I actually didn't even have that hard a time with Shadow Mewtwo either. And I wasn't even good at Pokken.
You know, we should actually do some Pokken videos again.
I don't wanna.
Why?
I'm bad at the game.
Eh.
And also super under-practiced.
Tone suggestions can help you find just the right positive tone to close that important deal. Yes, getting the tone just right can help move your project forward. Write it just right. Click the blue button to download Grammarly today.
Like, you want to know the last time I picked up Pokken, Brandon, that wasn't just me recording footage for a moveset? It was when the Switch version came out, and I was teasing you during your stream, and everyone got mad at me.
Wait, what did you say?
Remember, I was messing with because it was when Pokken came out on Switch, and you were streaming it, and I was messing around with you saying, "Fight me, fight me, fight me," and but nobody that was watching your stream that day really knew who I was, so they thought that I was just some random jerk.
Oh, yeah, okay, I think I remember, yeah.
They got really upset with me. And they wanted,
yeah, actually, yeah, I think I remember.
And they wanted you to block me.
No, I'm not doing that. I know this guy. That's my best friend.
I remember like one guy was even like, "You should really pick your friends better, Brandon." It's like...
Well, I don't know who said that, but I actually did pick my friends better. It's like I stopped associating with people I used to hang out with just because they were the dirty ones, not me. Like, or you, or anyone else that I've known for 10 plus years. What Undertale boss do you think is the hardest? I haven't beat Muffet.
Are we not counting genocide stuff?
So if we're so this might be a surprise to everyone. I actually have never played Undertale.
Because if we're not counting genocide fights,
Yeah, like, believe it or not, the only I did actually stream Deltarune though, like blind, like it was only chapter 1 though. I haven't started chapter 2. The run didn't even take that long, so I was actually able to highlight the whole like playthrough of me going through it for the first time.
see the sad thing is, it's kind of hard for me to pick like what would be my like the hardest boss for me. Like again, not counting genocide, because just because of the way that I did fight them. Because the first time I ever played Undertale, I actually did fight everything that I faced. Like I didn't do any of the acts. I wanted to do the fight stuff first. It wasn't a genocide route because I didn't actually like sit there and grind, but it was a route where you play the game normally and just fight everything, but just fight everything. And so the fights never really lasted that long for me because of that. Because when you fight everything in the game, it actually is pretty easy. And then by the time I got around to doing a proper pacifist run, I kind of knew a lot of the tricks. It's like with Muffet, for example, I knew that if you like present or like use like one of the spider like pastry items, it ends the fight immediately. We got another ad. Yeah, we did. Hi, Ryan Reynolds. You're cool and all, but we're trying to listen to music here. I said, Brandon, have you gotten a chance to try out Goodra at all yet?
Not yet.
Like, if you log in now, you can actually get a temporary Unite license for free to be able to play it for 3 days.
Yeah, I should probably do that then.
And make sure you're not forgetting, to do your dailies. So that way you don't miss it on Zacian. Because I actually just got Zacian today.
Sit through the ads. Support your favorite content creators. Please.
Please and thank you. Please say Pokemon Insurgents. It's a great fan game. I have played it. In fact, I actually started a Let's Play of it on the Spiffy Needle Geek channel a while back, but then never finished it. There's a few Pokemon fan games that I really enjoy. Like, yeah, I really liked Insurgents. I think my favorite one, though, and this is probably a no-brainer, honestly, to most people, I think my favorite Pokemon fan game is Pokemon Xenoverse. That game is amazing. Like, that is a top-tier fan game.
see Persona 5 being mentioned in the chat, and I still don't own that game.
I know the fastest thumbnail will be slime. Yeah, slime will be pretty quick. Unless I really want to just go all out with it and just put like a bunch of slimes on the thumbnail just to make it less boring. I assume you want to try. Insurgents? I feel like at this point, any Let's Play that I've started on Spiffy Needle Geeks that I haven't finished, I'm better off probably just restarting. Honestly.
Yeah, I need to start over with some of the stuff that I started. And I've said this before, but some of the stuff that I did start, like, I've had a lot of, like, recording snafus with trying to, like, get the rest of them done. And it got to the point where I just couldn't do it anymore.
Yeah.
So... And this was also when I was running off some terrible hardware at the time. So, like, recordings would get scuffed. Like, especially, like, around the same area where I would be at, and I would have to, like, replay those parts over and over again. So, I definitely want to finish what I started, but I would feel a lot better just starting the whole project over on some of those things. It also doesn't help that one of the games that I want to redo, I don't have access to anymore because the SD card that it was on when it was on my Wii U got busted. So,
oof.
Yeah, so a lot of the stuff I had on that SD card, I don't have digital access to anymore.
Alright, how do I want to do this? Alright, let's do this actually here. Because I don't want to just use this and call it a day. I kind of do want to actually like make a thing. So let's see here. Hey, we got Bone Trousel, guys. Let's go. Ever heard of Bug Snatch? I have.
I have to.
Bone Trousel, guys.
The Google Career Certificate program completely changed the trajectory of my life. I've always been interested in computers, but I never thought I could turn this into a career. It allowed me to have that path into a career that I'm passionate about.
But now we've hit a point where there's all these other amazing games coming up soon right now that I really want to do some content for.
Bone Trials is already over.
Oh, it's not the looped version?
No, I'm just playing like just the songs like as like just in a playlist.
Unfortunate.
Would anyone mind if I just played Bone Trousel on loop the entire time I did this? Like, would anyone actually mind that? Because I would be down. Alright, we're doing it. Bone Trousel on loop, let's go. Here, 10-hour long Bone Trousel, let's go.
We're not going to be able to.
We're not leaving until the entirety of this video is over. We are listening to Bone Trousel for 10 hours, guys. Let's go. It's like everyone in the chat suddenly, oh no, we've made a terrible mistake.
Who's your favorite Mega Evolution of a Pokemon? Mega Caesar is mine.
That's a hard one for me.
Like, if I'm not being biased, Mega Bayonet. Those are probably my two favorite Mega Evolutions.
Probably Mega Charizard X, I'd have to say, honestly. I'm basic, but it's good.
How do you become a mod? Well, for starters, don't ask to be a mod.
Be a mod by being a cool person.
You already broke the first rule of becoming a mod. Never ask to be a mod.
The first unspoken rule. You know what? I probably should have saved this for... You know what? I don't care. I'm going to do this again once we get to Papyrus and Sands. Just play Bone Trazzle on loop again.
I guess that is a bit of an unspoken rule, but really that just boils down to common sense.
I'm going to make everyone hate Bone Trazzle after this stream. And again, is that even physically possible? Is it even physically possible to hate Bone Trazzle?
I mean, there are people that just outright don't like music. I guess they're wrong, yes.
Yeah,
but...
I suppose people are entitled to wrong opinions too. Actually, it's funny, guys. I actually do remember when I was originally working on the Papyrus and Sands moveset. I actually do remember pretty much the entire time I was working on that moveset. I actually straight up had Bone Trazzle playing like in the background the entire time. Can anyone blame me? The song's a bop.
If you hate music, you're not real.
Fair enough.
After all, life without music would be flat.
Now the question is, what will we do for Mettaton, Asgore, and Flowey? Simple. We'll keep playing Bone Trazzle. You guys underestimate my love for Bone Trazzle.
I don't think anyone got the joke.
thoughts on Tom and Jerry and multiverses? They're a ton of fun.
Yeah, they are.
Like they're designed really well.
I'm glad they're faithful to their like original selves in the cartoon.
Yeah.
Especially with the screaming.
Okay. Dylan had a really interesting question. What was the interesting question? Who was the better mom for Steven, Garnet or Pearl? Just one. Well, they were both his parental figure. Like, it's not really fair to like say like who was the better of them. They were both really good.
Amethyst did feel more like the big sister.
She was more of a sister, yeah, for sure. Here's what I'm going to do for the backs of these.
JoJo or Persona? Why not both?
Give him a little fade. Okay, cool.
I should boot up my Switch actually. I was able to solve that conundrum I had with trying to like put funds on my capture device 3DS.
Okay.
But I think that came at a cost.
Was it? Was the cost money?
No, well, not really, because I took advantage of the fact that a lot of stuff on the eShop right now is only $3. So I bought 2 separate copies of Super Street Fighter 4 3D edition, one on my personal 3DS and one on the capture device 3DS.
Yeah.
But the problem was for me to even get the funds on the capture device 3DS, I had to go to my Nintendo and actually unlink my original Nintendo Network ID thing and put it on the new one that I had specifically for that 3DS.
Yeah, I had to do the same thing.
Yeah, but now I can't reverse the process.
You should be able
Or
to.
if I can, I don't know how.
You should be able to.
Yeah, because every time I try to unlink the one I had on my 3DS and try to relink the one I had before, it just keeps relinking the one I had on my Capture 3DS. So I'm not sure what I need to do to be like, hey, can I relink my original account? I mean, for the most part, my Switch seems to be unchanged. Like, I can still like add funds and stuff to it if I really want to. So I mean, but not that this is of much consequence, because by the time it becomes of any real significance, like the eShop's gonna shut down anyway.
Yeah.
So, but that was effectively me trying to be like, okay, since some of these games are gonna be hard to find physical copies of, maybe I'd be better off like just trying to download some of these games before the eShop shuts down for good. But yeah, again, it's like having a hard time trying to relink my old network ID to actually, oh god, how's that gonna affect my mobile games like Fire Emblem? God, that's something I didn't think about. I mean, if there's a way to remedy it, then I'd like to know, because I don't know what I'm doing wrong, or why it's only just continuing to relink my backup one when I'm trying to relink my main one.
Could just listen to Bone Trousel. That's how I solve all my problems. How do you typically find themings for your moveset? Like how you manage to get anything from Goomba? A part of it is just being able to understand the characters. Like, look at how they're designed, and then kind of just go from there. Like, see what it is that they do. What's the best way to explain this? Look for commonalities. I guess look for commonalities with them, I suppose, is like the best way to describe this. Honestly, I'm probably not even describing it that well. See, I guess the thing is I never really thought about it. I kind of just do it. Either that or I do know how to do it, I'm just bad at explaining it. Explain it in the Ash Ketchum method, like, first you gotta just do this, and then blammo! And then you gotta do this thing, and then whoopah! And then you'll get it. There you go. Does that make any sense, guys? Yeah, actually, I kind of do get that same thought sometimes, Amster, that Frisk is a Simpson because of the yellow skin. Frisk is a Lego? Oh, jeez.
Actually, interesting that Lego hasn't, like, capitalized on the popularity of Undertale by making actual sets or something.
Hey,
They did it for Mario.
Actually, you're right.
You say what?
You think they would have, actually. You're right. What have I done? What did I do? Too much blammo? Oops. Wrong layer. I am having a great day. I hope you're having a great day too.
And if you're not having a great day, who do I need to beat up?
Just listen to Bone Trazzle. That'll fix everything.
Music does have a way of making people feel better. Like, no joke. Actually, here's an interesting question. Like, if you've experienced a breakup before in your life, does listening to breakup music actually help you feel better?
I can't say breakup music specifically, but I actually do remember when my last relationship ended 5 years ago. Guess what song I kind of listened to that helped cheer me up a little bit?
Don't say it was Bone Trazzle.
No.
Okay.
The Magikarp song.
How did that song go?
I don't even fully remember it, but like... Oh, although you are so worthless, you still won my heart. Something like that. Which honestly is kind of funny, thinking about it, because if I remember correctly, I think Magikarp actually is like one of the favorite Pokemon of my ex. So it'd be funny, interesting that it would be a Magikarp song that would help kind of cheer me up a little bit, but I guess it is what it is.
I mean, yeah, Chaos. I'm always willing to help people cheer up, if it's allowed, of course, because I mean, there are people who don't mind the company if they're feeling down. Then there are other people who just need their space, and I'm also more than willing to respect that as well. So, I mean, it's up to the person whether or not they actually want my company to help them cheer up. Otherwise, I know when to keep my space.
There we go. Alright, let's get some shading done, and then Frisk will be finished. Yeah, Frisk was actually pretty easy. I'd hope so, considering it's a design literally made from a sprite. If we have anyone to thank Bone Trazzle.
I definitely see all the comments that I'm able to.
What's up?
No, I said I definitely see all the comments that I am able to.
Oops. How will you handle drawing the Terrarian? I probably will draw them with like a what's the term? Like a proper they're not going to be a sprite. I'm going to draw them as if like they were with a proper 2D image. And one actually does exist. I forget what the name of the game is called, but there is a game that Terrarian did show up in, and they do have a non-sprite design. So I can probably just use that as reference.
Hmm.
Don't starve. Is that what it is?
Terrarians never showed up in Minecraft. I mean, I guess if you made a skin for it, then you could say that, but I mean, Minecraft is such a customizable thing. I'd argue Minecraft has more customizable options than Terraria does.
If you could choose any animal to get a Pokemon based on, which would it be? I mean, it's the Kota. For a long time, it was a dolphin, and look what happened. So, because I always found it fascinating that there just wasn't despite dolphins being like just so broadly just known, there wasn't a dolphin Pokemon. But we did finally get one. No, I don't know.
Meanwhile, the closest other thing we had was Dugong, but that's a seal, so. we count Kyogre?
Kyogre's more of a killer whale.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Like, same kind of area, but not really the same thing.
I mean, if you want to get technical, Malik, Corviknight, you could say, is a new type of Skarmory.
I actually don't immediately remember what Skarmory is based off of, because I know Corviknight is supposed to be a crow.
Which is funny considering we have Murkrow.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time we've had, you know, Pokemon animals already happen.
I know. I think what I find more interesting is that the Corviknight line is based off of chess pieces.
To a degree, yeah.
Oh yeah, Rookidee, Corvisquire, Corviknight.
Well, it's less chess. Well, no. It's not chess pieces. They're based off of like statuses of the knights.
Well, yeah, but you could also say it's related to chess.
Well, chess. That's where it comes from originally. Like with because B Sharp's line is definitely based off of chess.
Yeah, that too.
But specifically,
Ponyword, B Sharp,
but
Chain Gambit.
But Corviknight's line, because Rookidee, it's not a rook, it's a rookie, like it's a brand new guy, and then a squire. There is no squire chess piece. Like a squire is effectively like the right hand man of a knight, like an apprentice of sorts. And then you have the knight, which is the knight.
There's no squire chess piece?
Nope.
Shows what I know about chess. I think I only played chess once in my life, and I remember the concept being easy, but because I only played it once, I completely forgot what I learned.
Like there's the pawn, the rook, the knight, the bishop, the pawn, rook, knight, bishop, king, and queen. I think is what it is.
Yeah, I'm booting up Pokemon because I actually want to work on this that Corviknight I caught during the SNG stream.
Thoughts on Flamigo? I like Flamigo. Flamigo's fun.
I don't. I'm trying to think, because is it wise for Corviknight to be a fighting Terra type? I think I've seen that's what the meta does, but I'm wondering if that's really a good idea. I mean, it would lose its weakness to fire and thunder. Or electric. I said thunder. It would lose its weakness to fire and electric.
It'd make
but
body
it would also gain...
it'd make body press it really hard.
Yeah, it would. Or harder than it would if you were already like using Iron Defense 3 times. What
and
else?
fighting is actually a deceptively defensive type.
I guess. As long as I don't get hit by Psychic. What else is fighting weak to?
Psychic, flying, and fairy.
Fighting's weak to flying?
Yep.
Hmm.
Have you ever tried to punch a bird?
I have not.
There you go.
Thoughts on Scoville, and BJ's definitely
I
expressed his
love
thoughts on Scoville.
Scoville, and mainly because it is a pepper. Like I've been wanting a fire grass type pepper Pokemon for the longest time, and this generation finally delivered. So I have to love Scoville off obligation, and even then, I love its design too. So I don't mind it one bit.
Isn't it a fairly decent Pokemon?
Not really, unfortunately. Like it is kind of one of those like one niche Pokemon. Like it can be good if you set it up properly, but like it's fairly like one trick. Like when you see it, you kind of know what it's gonna do. I chose Scarlet because Koraidon looks cooler than Miraidon.
It's a power nap I took earlier today. It's like this kind of thing tells me that the Pokemon Company, I think, is at least taking some inspiration from some of the fan stuff that people have been doing. So I feel like they're gonna have to at some point. Like if they're gonna keep Pokemon going strong for like many generations to come, I feel like they're gonna have to start relying on fan designs for inspiration.
Well, the thing that I think people tend to forget about is that the Pokemon Company nowadays is comprised of fans. Like, I highly doubt, like, obviously, there's, like, the main people, like Masuda and all them, but, like, I highly doubt that it's the same people working on Pokemon as, like, nowadays as it was back then.
Of course, but it's like, when you, which, again, further stresses the point, like, when you've got over, like, 1,000 designs of all these Pokemon, it's like, it's hard to rely on, like, the same like team and the same like designers and artists to come up with every single one of those designs every new generation. So it's like they got to get their inspiration from somewhere.
Yeah, that was, I know, one thing that people like talked about regarding as criticisms between the two versions. Whereas, you know, Scarlet had all these really interesting names for like the Paradox Pokemon, and then Violet, Iron. Yeah, that was a thing that people brought up.
Have you ever made a fake mon? Funnily enough, BJ did, and even more funnily enough, one of those fake mon became real.
Which one?
Didn't you make a fake mon design for Dunsparce?
No.
For an evolution of Dunsparce, I mean.
No.
You didn't?
Not that I remember.
I'm pretty sure you did.
When did this happen?
Like years ago.
I don't remember this.
Like I think this. I'm pretty sure this was back when we were playing off the idea of like just new Pokemon designs and stuff, because we were like.
I have made Fakemon before. Like I've made like Fakemon evolutions before. Yeah, I don't recall. I
think this was back when we were like big on like I think this was back when we were all playing X and Y.
I don't recall. Yeah, I have made Fakemon before. I guess the answer to that question.
Interesting. I feel like this Corviknight that I caught has all the moves that, well, almost all the moves that it needs. Like, it needs Roost. It needs Iron Defense and Body Press. I don't think it needs Drill Press. No, Drill Peck, sorry. What was Corviknight's fourth move? Also, I gotta look up good natures for Corviknight. It's not the fastest thing in the world, so maybe it doesn't need speed.
No, it's bulky. It doesn't need the speed at all.
We're answering everybody's questions. Like, it's not just you, Amster. Hey, BJ, what's your favorite Sonic character theme?
Sonic character theme? Ooh.
Didn't you like the Team Sonic theme from Heroes?
Yeah, that was pretty good. Trying to think. I'm so bad when it comes to answering questions on the spot. It's like, well, I was like one day I'll think of like, this is my favorite thing. Hey, BJ, what's your favorite thing? Totally forget that in there. I like the SA1 Knuckles theme. That one I've always really liked.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
Like the original, like Unknown from Emmy.
Mm-hmm. I really like the one from 2 as well.
Have I seen Loxton's fake designs? I've seen a few of them. Not all of them, though. How long does Bound Trazzle even go for? This is a 10-hour. This is a 10-hour loop of it.
Oh, whoops! Mistakes were made.
What'd you break?
I didn't break anything. I just never IV trained or EV trained my Berserker. So it's only got 3. It's only got 3 perfect IVs. I need to remedy that later. Are you going to do Shadow today?
I might be able to. We'll see. Because Frisk is just about done. And have a good night, Chaos Kirby. Thank you, Endeltroid. I'm going to hear this song in my dreams tonight. I hope so. It's a good song. Alright, how's Frisk look? How does Frisk look? Out of the lines as eyelashes. That's probably what they are. Even so. Alright, cool. So let's go ahead and delete these. Oh, what's this? Alright. Center them.
Man, everyone's playing the Exo Primal beta, and I'm sad.
Stop being sad. Bone Charles
Ugh.
was playing.
And they said the game's not coming out till like what, June?
There we go. Frisk. Alright, let's get the icon in there.
Man, Exo Primal really said, let's take the 1,000 Heartless concept from Kingdom Hearts 2 and just crank it up to 11. That's insane.
Oh, I forgot.
Have you played Paper Mario Color Splash?
I have not.
I played a little bit of it, but unfortunately that was also another case of a game that I had on my Wii U, but it was on a USB that I do not have access to anymore. So I never got the chance to finish Color Splash. Actually, did I download it, or did I have a physical copy of it? I can't remember. I mean, either way, I did play it for a little bit. I never got the chance to finish it though. Because I think this was also during the time where my younger brother, who was off to college at the time, wanted to take my Wii U with him. And he kept bugging me about it, even though I wanted to keep it with me, so I was just like, okay, I'll just let him have it just so I'd stop being asked about it.
There we go. Frisk is done. How does it look, folks?
Yeah, Origami King is great. I need to finish it, but it's great.
Okay.
Oh, right. I think Taunt was its other move that I needed.
What? Oops.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I'll give Corviknight Taunt. And nobody need Iron Defense. Oh, this means that Body Press is going to be its only attacking move.
Someone suggested earlier having a gradient from yellow, good, purple, villain. Nah, I'm just gonna keep it yellow. Like, if they aren't just straight up villain or monster, then it's gonna just stay yellow. Alright, let's change that on YouTube.
When you're busy dealing with
How annoying is it when you stream Unite and everyone says, join me, invite me, join me?
Not nearly as bad as when people are like, thanks.
Yeah, like, the whole people just trying to join our games, though, only has ever really happened with me, I feel.
Waluigi isn't hero or villain. Waluigi is just Waluigi. Alright, what time is it?
But I feel like that's a concept that people just need to not do when it comes to any game that someone's playing and streaming. It's like,
I actually didn't realize how late it was. It's already 10 o'clock.
Do you want to stop? Well, actually, did you want to do Shadow first and then stop?
Hold on, let me see. Nah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and stop here because I actually am feeling hungry. I do want to eat.
Okay, understood.
Let me check something real quick. We probably would have gotten more done if Pokemon Trainer was only one character and not four, but it is what it is.
It's fine. Give everyone something to look forward to for next time.
Alright, yeah. Based on my schedule with work, I'm not going to be able to stream over the weekend. I could potentially do a late night stream on Saturday, but more than likely after that day, I'm probably going to just want to call it. So, yeah, so no Shadow today.
Chat, it's okay. It gives y'all something to look forward to for next time.
We got 2 more done today, which was nice. Like, even if I can get two a stream done, it's already a huge. I just don't like the idea of getting only 1 a stream done. If we can get 2 a stream done, that'd be nice. So. They're not updating. Hold on, let me see.
I refuse to rely on Smogon for reference.
There you go.
Smogon doesn't know how to have fun.
All right. We got those 2 done. The Pokemon Trainer, Johto, and Frisk. By all accounts, it's 2, but it was more or less 5 done. Yeah, because of the trainer. And it's gonna be like that for a little bit, because next we got Shadow. So Shadow's gonna be fairly easy. Banjo-Kazooie might be a little bit harder, just because they are a bigger character, and I'm probably gonna do some fur detail. Giovanni is gonna be the one that's gonna be a pain, though. This is like, for those who haven't seen my Giovanni sketch, like, yeah, so here's Shadow. This is what I got for Banjo. So Banjo should be just okay. Giovanni's gonna take some time. But aside from him having a fairly detailed suit, Nidoking, Rhyhorn, and Kangaskhan are all fairly detailed Pokemon. So I wouldn't be surprised if Giovanni himself takes a whole stream. So I think next time I stream, I'm definitely going to try my best to knock out both Shadow and Banjo just in that stream. And then probably make sure that the stream after that is possibly dedicated to Giovanni. Because then it's like, because I don't see because like once I do Giovanni, after that is Crash and Coco, and I don't see myself being able to do both Giovanni and Crash in the same stream. Like I more than likely see a whole stream being dedicated to Giovanni. It just depends. Because then I can do Crash after that, Crash and Coco, and then Bandana Waddle Dee, which will be a nice easy one. And then there's Rex and Pyra, which is gonna make me want to make me throw myself out the window.
Sorry. Please continue to support BJ whenever y'all can.
And we get the Hoenn Trainer, which is another 3 of them. Like, Grovyle and Mudkip will be fairly easy. Blazikid's a bit more detailed, as well as the trainer herself. And there's Goku. Let me actually make one little change to Goku here real quick. Hold on, because I brought this up last stream. I never fixed it. Hold on. I wanted to make his head a little bit bigger. There we go. That looks better. I gotta do this though first. Hold on. Just shrink this a tad. Yeah, exactly. Bandana D, aka the calm before the storm. You're absolutely right.
actually. Maybe I can cheese this. Because the event Terradens usually drop Terra Shards of that type, right?
Alright, so yeah, so Goku I think will be fairly easy. Tails will be pretty easy. Spyro might be a bit more complicated just because of the scales. But even then, I don't see myself drawing every individual scale. I see myself more so using the shading, like, to take advantage of that to make the scales for that. But even then, that'll probably do a little something. And then Blue, who probably will be a little bit easier. Blastos will be the most complicated thing on that, as well as kind of Blue's close to tail. Alright. So next time we meet, which will probably be sometime next week, I'll aim for Monday, but it also depends on when Ryan's streaming, because I don't want to be that guy and stream on the stream at the same time as Ryan, especially since I'm more than likely going to be joining Ryan for his streams. So, alright, we're going to call it there, folks. We got a good chunk done tonight. We got Frisk. And we got the Johto trainer. Alright. Have a good night, everyone.